you. Good evening and welcome to the October 20th regular board meeting. I'm not sure why that's doing that. Don't want to keep doing that. You think my laptop's too close? Try that. Mr. Gooding, can you call the roll, please?
Mrs. Coates?
Here.
Mrs. Horn?
Here.
Mr. Manley?
Here.
Mrs. Mooring?
Here.
Mrs. Pickle Antonio?
Here. If you'll all please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there a motion to approve minutes from the September 13th Finance and Facility Committee meeting, the September 15th regular board meeting, and the September 29th special board meeting?
So moved.
Thanks, Mrs. Horn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Manley. Any changes at all, corrections to the minutes? Any other discussion? Okay. Mr. Gooding, can you call the roll, please?
Mrs. Pickle Antonio?
Yes.
Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Manley?
Yes.
Mrs. Mooring?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. I am going to introduce our wonderful high school principal, Mrs. Williams, up, who is going to introduce some students that we are honoring tonight. Mrs. Williams?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you to the board, Dr. Deagle, for having us here this evening. My name is Jessica Williams, and I'm proud to serve as the principal of Lincoln High School, and extremely proud and excited to honor some of our students here tonight. They are amazing in many ways, but today we are going to honor their academic pursuits. So first, I would like to recognize our National Merit semifinalists. Would Rachel Staley and Connor Slutsky please come up? Congratulations to Rachel and Connor on being named our 2023 National Merit semifinalists for Gahanna Lincoln High School. These two GLHS seniors are among 16,000 semifinalists in the 68th Annual National Merit Scholarship Program. The National Merit Scholarship Corporation selects students who show exceptional academic ability and potential for success in rigorous college studies. I think it's very important to note that less than 1% of students across the nation receive this recognition. Finalist names will be announced in February, followed by the winners' names being released April through July 2023. Congratulations to Rachel and Connor and their families on this very prestigious honor. Next, I would like to recognize our College Board National Recognition Program awardees. Would Brielle Jackson, Dylan Stoltz, Elijah McCleskey, and Michaela Asiedo Monte please come up? Awardee Sarah Ugbana could not be here with us tonight as she is performing in our Band Pops concert here in a little bit, but we will still honor her as well. She's a part of this group. So congratulations to these amazing students who are among 62,000 students from across the country to earn academic honors from the College Board's National Recognition Programs. This national recognition programs grants underrepresented students with academic honors and connects students with universities across the country, helping them to stand out during the admissions process. They have all earned this recognition by excelling on their PSAT, or AP exams and are African American or Black, Hispanic American or Latinx, Indigenous, and or attend a small school in a rural area, small town. Brielle, Elijah, Michaela, and Sarah were all awarded the National African American Recognition Award, and Dylan was awarded the National Hispanic Recognition Award. So congratulations to Brielle, Elijah, Michaela, Dylan, Sarah, and their families on this prestigious honor. Again, thank you to our board and Dr. Deagle for allowing us this opportunity to honor our students in such a special way. Thank you.
Much, Mrs. Williams. Next, we are going to welcome the Gahanna-Lincoln Student Council President, Blake Brielle.
Hello, everyone. I do apologize. Typically, I get a little more dressed up, but Connor and I came directly from a service project helping the church across the street from the high school. So we're here covered in sawdust and sweat, but we're here to be here. So this past Saturday, Student Council put on its first major event of the year, Homecoming, with a red carpet theme. With the help of the event company Ambiance, we worked Friday night to set up numerous decorations, tables, and areas needed for a successful event. Students were extremely excited for this year's dance because it is the first truly normal one the majority of the student body has ever experienced. I remember my freshman year sweating and dancing in that gym, and in a poetic way, it was very relieving and exciting to spend my senior year back in the same environment with a much larger group of friends and peers to all be excited about the same thing. The true enjoyment and energy surrounding the event was extremely palpable in the voices of every student I talked to throughout the night. And that excitement resonated with us and reflected the willingness of the student body to help us with any other activities that we're going to do throughout the year, and for us to be together as one pride and one family. Above all else, I want to give true thank you to all of the officers, parents, teachers, and additional volunteers at the dance who helped us stay safe and allowed the event to run smoothly. This week, we have been simply reflecting on what could have gone better and what we can do for next time to improve the event. Additionally, we are working on our individual initiatives for our year-long committees. Most namely, our diversity committee has kicked off 2 Spirit Days this week to help include students as a part of the LGBTQ plus community, and so they can feel as welcomed as possible at the high school. One of which highlighted the importance of pronouns and in the high school, and the other invited students to wear purple in order to support their peers. As many of you know, our next major push will be that of Gahannathon, our branch of OSU's Buckeye-thon event that raises over $1 million for pediatric cancer every year. As I mentioned previously, my passion and big push this year is to have every student in Gahanna find their home, and thus we are currently working on how to pull as many students, groups, and community members into Gahannathon as possible, and to make it as successful as we can in the process. I look forward to collaborating with any groups that would like to be a part of helping us accomplish these goals, and really want this to be a major community-wide event so we as Gahanna can come together and be one big family. I want to see what this year holds for us, and with the success of Homecoming, I'm very optimistic as to what we can do this year. Thank you.
Thanks, Blake. What was the service project you were working on?
We went and built garden boxes and stained the fence for the church because they have a big garden.
That's awesome. Thank you. Next, I want to welcome up our President Local of 399, Mel Miller.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so I'd like to speak on the behalf of Local 399, and I would like to say thanks to all of our men and women who work very hard, tirelessly, away from their families, with all the new add-ons, new buildings, and plenty more projects to come. We spend many days and nights away from our families. We dedicate a lot of time to see to it that the staff, the student body, and the community gets the things that they need, and we will always keep putting our best foot forward, and that's what we're always going to do. So thank you very much, and we just love to serve you guys.
Thank you,
Right.
Mel. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I should have said at the outset, we have always had our GJEA, we have always had a place on our agenda for our GJEA president, but we wanted to make sure to include all of our other union presidents. So the agenda tonight and going forward will be expanded to include our OPSI groups as well. We are so thankful for the work that you do in our buildings every day, and want to make sure that work gets highlighted and appreciated too. So next, I'd like to welcome our OPSI President Local 249, Jerry Moore. Oh, yeah, I should have said, so Mal is President of Maintenance and Custodial, and Jerry is President of Bus Drivers.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, go ahead, Jerry.
I would just like to start by saying thank you for allowing us to be here and the opportunity to address this board. And on a regular monthly basis, we look forward to coming back every month and keeping you up to date on what's going on. It's my privilege to be here representing the 70-plus bus drivers, van drivers, and mechanics of AFSCME Local 249. And I thought I would start out this evening and just take a couple minutes and introduce ourselves and let you know who we are and where we come from, and some things like that. It's kind of a fun and interesting way to start out, I think. So we collectively range in age from 25 to 82 years old. Many of us came to drive a bus after spending much of our working life doing something else. We're kind of unique in that respect. We were we owned our own businesses. We were firefighters. We were master plumbers. We were electricians. We did all sorts of things, but for various reasons, we all came together, and now we drive a bus. We hail from many places, including Ethiopia, Eritrea, and of course, Gehenna. And many of us are Gehenna graduates. We also, the Gehenna grads amongst us date back as early as 1962. And there's no truth to the rumor that that gentleman went to the one-room schoolhouse. We also count many bachelor and master's degrees among us. We're a very diverse group. We will drive almost 750,000 road miles this year in our vehicles. So that's roughly 4,300 miles a day. We transport over 3,500 of our kids every day, and we not only transport to the 14 individual Gehenna locations, the schools that we have, but also all the private schools that we transport to also. And to the two career centers as well. I'll close by saying that we take great pride in being both the first and the last smiling face that a lot of our kids see every day. That means a great deal to us. And we look forward to seeing you again next month. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on. And again, thanks for having us.
And if you were at Convocation, you might remember that we discovered that Jerry is an amazing public speaker, in addition to a full career. I don't remember what you did prior, firefighter.
Yeah, I use all my best stuff.
Thank you. Next, I would like to welcome from Local 299, Stephanie Geidner and Linda Holden, representing our paraprofessionals.
So I'm Linda Holden. I'm one of the educational aides at Goshen in the ELSS unit, and I'm going to start off with a poem. It says, somewhere out there, there's a para, a teacher's aide, a para-educator, a paraprofessional. Somewhere out there, there's a para wiping a nose, a para wiping tears, all for the love of a child. Somewhere out there, there's a para pushing a wheelchair around third base as para cheering and yelling, go straight, all for the love of a child. Somewhere out there, there's a para repeating a math problem, a para sharpening a pencil, all for the love of a child. Somewhere out there, there's a para showing a student how to go through the lunch line and how to make new friends, all for the love of a child. Somewhere out there, there's a para teaching a student the box step so he can ask a girl to the dance. A para reminding students to be kind, all for the love of a child. Somewhere out there, there's a para repeating a Zoom lesson, a para cleaning a classroom, all for the love of a child. Somewhere out there, there's a para making games out of homework, a para striking clever deals to see progress, all for the love of a child. Somewhere out there, there's a para lying awake at night, which we do. A para anxious about a new day, all for the love of a child. Somewhere out there, there's you, a teacher's aide, a para-educator, a paraprofessional, the backbone, the silent force that moves quickly and quietly through the school. This is our shout out to you. You are forgotten by many, but most importantly, a hero to some. For those who are and who ever have been a para, I know you do this each and every day, all for the love of a child.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Ginger. I just want to say thank you for allowing us to come to your board meeting each month. It's very much appreciated. On that note, I just want to say that my paraprofessionals, they're not only in the classrooms helping our students out of the FSS unit, the ESS, or the BSS unit, we're also there for our gen ed kids. They know us. And when we're not there, they see us in the hallway and they ask us, where was you? Because they know who we are, and that's such a good feeling. We also not only help our students in the classrooms or our teachers in the classrooms, we also take and educate our students out into the public. We at West, we take our students to Starbucks. They know us, and we have our students go up, place their orders, and pay. We also then take them to Kroger's and show them the different aisles where to find different things, the dairy aisle, the canned goods. We also take that and we educate them. Monthly, we have a Cafe 130 where we put out a advertisement, a commercial that our students are in, and we take it to our teachers and they have a menu. We have different coffees and teas. We have caramel apples. We have donuts, whatever the season is. And then our students make it, and then our students we make the coffee, and we make those deliveries to the teachers. And they give them the money. Sometimes we get a tip, and sometimes we don't. But I am so proud of our paraprofessionals. We work very hard. And like I said, not only in the buildings, but outside into our Gahanna community. And we just once again want to say thank you.
And then next from Gahanna Jefferson Education Association, Chris. I didn't see it, Chris. Mrs. Swisher is here.
So this is where I need to come to meet with my principal. Good evenings and greetings from GJEA. I'm Chris Swisher. I am your German teacher, the one, the only German teacher. If your child has German in Gahanna, they're stuck with me. I'm also one of the GJA representatives from our high school, and I am proudly wearing purple today for GLBTQ plus awareness. So, yep. Regarding GJEA news, there's really not that much major stuff going on. Recently, we held our election for representative assemblies, and we're very excited to have 8 delegates for our state representative assembly, which happens a couple of times throughout the school year. And we have 4 delegates to the national representative assembly, which is in the summertime for almost a week. The biggest news from our high school, of course, that we're very excited about is our groundbreaking. It is very exciting to live and teach. Well, I don't live in the district. I spend all of my waking hours here, but I teach in the district. Yeah, I feel like I live here. In a district with community members who support the schools and want our schools to be excellent and have excellent up-to-date facilities for our children. I greatly appreciate that, and I know we've put a lot of time and effort into the floor plans, and we've all had questions and concerns, but the bottom line is we have a community, we have a school board, we have a superintendent that are behind the children of the district and want the best for our kids. So to understand this school year, we have to reflect a little bit on the past. Last year was a tough year for a lot of us teachers, administrators, and for the students. We were coming out of that COVID year, and as adults, we thought life was just going to continue. We were going to step back in the classroom, and everything was going to be exactly the way it was before COVID. Boy, were we wrong. It was a little rocky last year. That's an understatement. Thankfully, Jessica Williams, I did not know she was going to be here. She and our administrative team worked very hard over the summer. Last summer, before we left, we had our end of the year celebration where we honor retirees and such. And she sincerely assured us that things would get better. We would have systems in place. And I believed her, sort of, okay. They found solutions to challenges that I had never imagined. Now they look so simple. Students now have care teams. Each administrator is partnered with a guidance counselor, and the students will keep the same guidance counselor and administrator as a care team throughout their high school career. This enables the counselors and the administrators to get to know the students individually much better, should increase their sense of belonging, and also it'll help them to get to know the families a lot better and be a lot more consistent with the kids. To help with hallway traffic, and hallway traffic is a huge concern. I would go out during my conference period for something, and it was a steady stream of students all the time. And you just wonder, if they're not in class, are they all really from study hall? If they're not in class, they're not learning. So all of the teachers now use SmartPass. Students create their hall passes on their Chromebooks. It stays on their desk to count down the time. They get a certain amount of time depending on what they're doing and where they're going, to the restroom, to the water fountain, or whatever it is. No system is perfect, but this system collects data and tracks every hall pass for every student all year long, which is absolutely amazing. So if there's a problem, it's not us trying to figure out, I think Johnny went to the bathroom last week for a long time. I don't know. How long was he gone? You can see all of their passes for the year, how many expired early and they overstayed the time, where students go. Administrators now have standing desks in the hallway, which is so simple. Why did we never have standing desks for the administrators before? You know, it just seems so simple now, but it's a wonderful thing. So they're in the hallway a lot more doing a little work. They see a student, they ask the student, "Hi there, what's your name, please?" And there's a hall monitor function where you can see all of the smart passes on one screen. And sometimes I just glance at it because I have SmartPass open, and I'm like, you mean in our entire school right now in the middle of the class period, there are only 5 kids out of class right now? Okay. And I listen outside of my room, and it's like, yeah, it's quiet out there. I don't hear anyone, so it works. So the administrators are out in the hallways logging a lot of hours when they're not on cafeteria duty. In between students, they get work done on their standing desks, and I'm sure they're not out there at their standing desks every minute of the day, but it's making a difference. The kids seeing the administrators and just saying hi and what's your name, the administrators getting to know the kids better, just being that presence. I know teachers can be that presence, but there's nothing like your administrator saying hi to you, meeting you. Yeah, I'm Mrs. Williams, I'm Mr. Cullen, I'm so-and-so. Oh, I met an administrator today. Okay, that's who that is that I saw on a PSA one day. Now they have faces and they're real live people. The standing desks also roll around our hallways to our classrooms. Recently, an administrator appeared at my door, asked for a student, met with a student outside my classroom, and the student returned moments later. Usually this would have been a pass, probably going to H building, the long way by the band room probably. And the administrator saw the student the entire time. The student came right back, and we had more time in class with that student. I really think that the students enjoy seeing the administrators out there. They look very professional at their standing desks. So many thanks to Jessica and the administrative team for coming up with solutions and carrying them out. They make a lot of difference for the children in our district, but they also make a huge difference for the teachers in the district who are trying to teach kids and have kids in class doing what they're supposed to do. Mostly, I believe our GJEA members at this time in our history are thankful for your support and for your positive leadership of our school board, the school board, and our superintendent. Your positive leadership and your support mean everything to us. Thank you so much for what you do.
Thanks, Mrs. Swisher. Next, from Gahanna Jefferson Education Foundation, we do not have Tricia Choi tonight. We have Diana Bessiano.
Thanks so much for having us, me. I feel like I'm with Tricia all the time. I am. But this is what Tricia and I have going on. We have events going on the next 3 weeks, starting with the Monster Dash, which will be at Hannah Park on Saturday the 29th, beginning at 10 a.m. And we've already increased our attendance by 50%, and we have right now 170 little Monster Dashers running around. So come out and join the fun if you would like. We'd love to have you. There we'll have the Barkery booth. Those are the dog treats from Tiffany Hanna and her ESS kids that they make, and then they'll benefit from those sales. We have great community partners, as always, that will be providing giveaways and prizes, including Nothing But Cakes, Pulp, Hand and Stone, Columbus Running Company, Giant Eagle, and Second Soul. And we have many student volunteers who will be helping with the event as well, and then many students who will be dressed in costume and some adults dressed in costume. So if you want to come out and dress in costume as well, we would love to have you. And then the first week of November, we'll have our Alumni Hall of Fame and our Cornerstone Awards, and that'll be on Friday the 4th at the high school. We'll start off with a breakfast, and that will be for our inductees and their guests. And then we'll go into the auditorium for the ceremony, which begins at 10, wrap up around 11:30. The Cornerstone inductees this year are Christy Keener, DeWitt Harrell, and Kevin Sheets. And then our Alumni Hall of Fame inductees are Alyssa Rolls, Calvin Higgins, and Brett Rosanchuk. And thanks to everybody who helped in that selection. We appreciate that. And then shortly after, we go into Veterans Day week, and we'll be celebrating on November the 10th, on that Thursday, and weather pending, hopefully everything will go well. We'll be at the Veterans Memorial Plaza, and that program begins, we think, at 9. We're going to firm that up a little bit, but what we really want is Mr. Lowry and his students filming and going live, so that starts usually around 9:15, so we're fine-tuning that a little bit, but hopefully that'll happen so that our students can see the ceremony as well. And there we'll also have our students from Chorale, Student Council, and the band that will be participating in that ceremony. Our keynote speaker will be retired Colonel Don Nelson. Some people might know Mr. Nelson. And then also participating are our local American Legion Post 797, the VFW Post 4719, and the U.S. Army. So that's about it. It's been a busy time, but it's been a lot of fun, and we're ready to get started on these events. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you again to all of our staff who I know have very long days and sometimes long nights too. Thank you very much, especially to those of you who are new to our agenda. We really appreciate hearing everything that's going on around the district. So thank you for agreeing to come and give us monthly updates. We're glad to have you here. Did you? Okay. Next, we have a report out from Finance and Facility Committee from Mrs. Mooring.
We met on October 18th, Tuesday, and we had a really full agenda, but it was all very good information, and there were 4 major agenda items. We always cover the September, or this fiscal year to September. We had a presentation by Mark Ogden, who is our board representative from Turner, on our Phase 2 update. And in the front of the tables here tonight are the renderings of the new high school from the groundbreaking that took place earlier. But we also talk about all the other projects that are going on with regard to Phase 2. And then we also had a presentation from Joe Grady, who is the consultant we use to help us navigate insurance packages for our employees. And in tonight's agenda, we're approving 3 of the plans. So he gave us some background and information on that. We also had the first blush at the 5-year forecast that will be coming to the board next month for approval and submission to the Ohio Department of Education. So it's always good to have that span because it's such a lot of information and very important. So I won't share any more in case Treasurer Gooding is going to do that in his report.
Mooring. Next, from Policy and Governance Committee, Mr. Manley.
Hi, everybody. Policy Committee met October 4th, and we were introducing the naming rights policy. So with the forecasted growth, construction, Dr. Deagle mentioned that it's a good time. I'll just speak up. All right. So Superintendent Deagle worked diligently. We reviewed district policies, and we tailored it for Gahanna Jefferson Public Schools. Excited to recognize, honor people. No, it's okay. Anyways, we still are excited. We're excited to recognize and honor people and leaders who've made significant contributions, and we're excited to continue to partner with local business. Scott, as our just bring it on. Scott, our treasurer, has shared our annual revenues, and from our general fund, a lot of people may not be aware that 81.4% of that revenue is from local sources, and 18.6% is from the state. So you can see Scott for the big picture, and but you know, it's time to get creative, and we are ready to continue to join together to support our students. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manley.
Thank you for indulging.
Anything from Student Learning and Achievement Committee, Mrs. Coates?
We did not have a meeting last month, but we do have a meeting next week, Wednesday, October 26th at 6:30 in this room. We're going to go over the state report card and quality profile and have a math programming update. The state report card, if you're not aware, has changed, and so we're going to learn more about the background to those changes and how Gahanna has fared on that state report card. So I hope to see everyone there.
I should have said this at the beginning, but if there are any students who are here tonight for government class, you can come see me after the meeting, and I'll sign. If you remembered your form, I can sign your form. If you did not remember your form, that's okay too. Just bring me an agenda at the end of the meeting, and I can sign that. We are now on public participation section of the agenda. I think there's some people who have not been to our meetings before, so I'm just going to briefly give an overview of how public participation works at our meetings so that everybody knows what to expect. During public participation, that is a time that we have chosen to set aside on our agenda to give community members an opportunity to address the board about topics related to the school district. It is intended to be your time, so there shouldn't be an expectation of a dialogue, but it is time that we have set aside for you. Your address is to the board, so I would ask that when you are speaking that you remember that it's the board that you are addressing. It is not any one board member, but it's the board as a whole that address is directed to. Our public participation policy says that the entire period of public participation doesn't have a time limit, but each individual speaker has a 3-minute time limit with an opportunity to request 2 additional minutes. Because I have never denied anyone the opportunity to extend their time, we set the timer for the full 5 minutes. And I should have said that too, there's a timer over there, so nobody needs to worry about a sound or anything like that, although it does make quite a loud sound. Unfortunately, don't be startled by the loud sound. But the clock is over there. It'll time down your 5 minutes. When you go up to the podium, I would ask that you please not try to adjust the microphone. The microphone is set up by our audio-visual helpers, and if you try to adjust it, it kind of throws everything off. So I know I am pretty short, and my natural inclination is always to pull that microphone down, but it'll kind of fall apart if you do that. So, and then the other thing that I would say is we don't, I know that in the beginning part of our agenda, there was some applause. We don't do that during public participation. So we really try to preserve that time and be respectful of everybody's time by sticking to the time limits and moving through those. And the way that it'll work is that I'm just going to call out people's names as I have the slips. Because you have already filled out the form with your name and address and contact information, you don't need to use your time to you're welcome to introduce yourself to us, but don't feel like you have to give us all that information. And then finally, sometimes there are things that you talk about that it's evident that a staff member from the district should follow up with you. That's why we ask your contact information. So if that follow-up is needed, that'll happen sometime after the fact. If you think that there should have been follow-up and you didn't get follow-up, please do not ever hesitate to reach out to anybody. We're happy to have that communication, board members and staff alike. So with all that said, the first slip that I have is from Elizabeth Daniels.
Good evening, everybody. A couple things. I just wanted to say congratulations to all the students that were recognized here tonight and everybody that works hard at school. I know it can be so hard. And also I wanted to take a moment to say that I really appreciated seeing the breast cancer board down in the lobby. I just lost my mom to breast cancer, so I feel like it's just super important to talk about, and especially with those high school students, it can be embarrassing, so it's great to talk about. But anyways, I'm here tonight to stand up for every religion. I'm really disappointed to hear that our district is voting to rescind the religious release policy. This release requires parents to consent and students to assume responsibility for missed work. It is of no cost or liability to our district. Religion is important to so many families. It can promote a student's well-being in so many ways. It promotes a sense of belonging. It provides so much social support and gives meaning and purpose to some students' lives. It helps them build their values that are important to our community and district, like empathy, compassion, love, and respect. Rescinding this policy makes the district seem like it's anti-religion, and furthermore, it seems as though it's another way to tie the hands of the parents in making the best choice for their student. Please consider the importance that religion can play in some students' and families' lives. I urge you all to continue to allow religious release in our district. Thank you.
The other thing, last thing I promise that I'll say, if there's anybody that intended to address the board but did not yet hand me a slip, you can still give me that slip as long as we're in the public participation period. So do you have a slip? Sorry, I should have said that first. Thank you.
Elizabeth, I'm very sorry about your mom.
The next slip that I have is from Vince Coleman.
Good evening, and thank you, members of the board and Madam Superintendent. I'm here to speak on the release time policy as well. I am the field representative for LifeWise Academy, and I'm a former principal in Columbus City Schools and have worked outside of the school district. One of the reasons why I ended up stepping down was just recognizing that there were additional supports that our students needed. And there had to be a way to build a bridge between the community and the school. So over the last 6 years that I've been out of the district, I've worked with a nonprofit called Communities in Schools, and I've also worked with Release Time through LifeWise Academy. What I see in the programs that we've started is the fact that we are rallying the community together to help our teachers, and our teachers are doing a monumental job. I applaud the efforts of the schools tonight, the students tonight. There's so many wonderful things going on, but I know a lot of times what I hear when I'm talking with schools, when I'm talking with teachers, is that there is a overwhelmed feeling in regards to the things that our students are dealing with outside of the classroom, and they're having to not only instruct, but also be a parent, so many different hats that our teachers are wearing. And so here, what I've seen over the last few years is communities that are rallying together. A lot of times we have retired teachers that are stepping into roles, and they are putting their best foot forward as far as utilizing our curriculum. We do have a curriculum. We do use instructional strategies that are aligned with state standards. And they're doing a monumental job of being an extra set of ears to hear students that oftentimes will go silent. We're seeing so many different things in regards to anxiety issues, suicide rates increasing. Our students need to be heard, and all we're asking is to bring extra voices to the table to be able to communicate what's going on in our students' lives so that we can be an extra set of ears and support to the schools and the teachers. That's what release time is to me. And I know there's a lot of different things that are going on and a lot of different perceptions that are going on about it. It's a way to hear our students and a way for us to be able to rally supports around them. And so I'm asking the board on tonight to not rescind the policy, as we've heard. Our parents are excited for the opportunity to help the schools, be an assistant to the schools, and really get involved. The last thing I'll say, just in terms of some of the different stories that I'm hearing from the different districts, where we're having students that are, saying that they need housing assistance, and we're able to communicate those needs to the schools. We're hearing about students that have lost loved ones. We're able to hear those requests and communicate those things to the schools. We're hearing about students that have food insecurities. We're able to hear those things and communicate those things to the schools. Not only do we hear those things, but our faith-based community is willing to respond to those needs and not be an extra burden to the schools. We want to come alongside. We want to be a help. We want to assist where it's able, and we don't want our voice to be denied by rescinding this policy for release time religious instruction. Thank you.
Mr. Coleman, I just realized I actually don't have an address for you. So could I give this back
yes,
to
ma'am.
you to finish filling out, and then I'll get it back from you. Thank you so much. The next slip that I have is from Nate Lundquist.
Hey, so I'm a dad in the community. I live in Gehanna. I got 3 kiddos. I appreciate all you guys do. This is the first time I've ever been to anything like this, so this is very educational for me. I'm also obviously here repping LifeWise Academy. I would love to see it happen in our community. I'm sad to see the line item about it being rescinded. And I'm actually a filmmaker by trade, and I've actually a while back worked on like the issue 12 videos, things like that. But I've also, in addition to that, been traveling around quite a bit in the last year and interviewing a lot of the teachers, principals, superintendents, students, parents, all that are involved in LifeWise Academy, getting a perspective of what's happening on the ground, how it's working, and it's just incredibly positive all the way around. I actually, in addition to that, have printed our 2022 educator survey. This is a list of anonymous survey results from 172 school administrators and teachers representing schools that are served by LifeWise Academy under 4 different categories. So relationships, I have a positive working relationship with LifeWise staff and volunteers. 87% agree, 12% neutral, 1% disagree. Attitude, in general, LifeWise has a positive impact on student outlook, attitude, and motivation. Again, 80% agree, 16% neutral, 4% disagree. Decisions, in general, LifeWise has a positive impact on student decision-making and relationships. 75% agree, 21% neutral, 4% disagree. Schools, I would like to see LifeWise programs in more schools. 87% agree, 9% neutral, 4% disagree. Again, that's an anonymous survey of 172 school administrators. So it's just overwhelmingly positive. And in Gehanna alone, there's over 500 signatures on our community interest list from people who either live, work, or worship in Gehanna who want to see LifeWise Academy happen. So it's not only that, there's I think 12 out of the 16 districts all have LifeWise Academy, I may not have this right, but there's a lot of, like, Worthington, New Albany, Upper Arlington, I mean, there's Whitehall, there's a lot of LifeWise Academies popping up around the city. I was literally just meeting with someone on Craigslist to buy something random, and the guy saw I had a LifeWise Academy shirt and was like, oh my gosh, we're getting that started in our school. We're really excited about it. So it's spreading quite a bit because it's had such a positive impact. So I think that's all I want to say, but I really appreciate it. Again, I appreciate all of you and the work you do, and we just really urge you not to rescind the policy. Thank you.
Thanks, Nate. Sorry I didn't recognize you, actually, but we very much appreciated the city levy campaign videos, especially I think you did the one with about the Parks and Rec.
You know, I was actually about to film that one, and that weekend was the weekend that everyone got locked down.
Oh, that's right.
So
That's right.
So maybe you're mistaking me. I don't know.
No, that's right.
Yeah.
It was that.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, happy to.
The next slip that I have is from, is it Alma Levins?
Hi, my voice is going, but I wanted to come and show support for the LifeWise Academy release time policy and ask that you guys would not rescind it. I was deeply saddened when I received the email today that it was on the docket to be voted upon to rescind. And I spoke to my son, who's in 6th grade, about the email, and he was really sad. And he said, "Mom, I wanted to have a faith community at school, like when I joined the chess club, and I'm able to hang out with people who like chess too. And well, why can't we just have that there? Why can't they just give that to us?" And I said, "I don't know, buddy." He said, "Can you go? I have to go take my uniform back for football. Can you go and advocate for me?" And I said, "Yeah, because I'm a licensed social worker in the state of Ohio, and I fully support social and emotional health and learning for not only my kids, but the other kids as well." And when he was able to convey to me that he wanted me to advocate for him because he could not, I immediately got my clothes on and came up here, and I appreciated the space to be able to tell his story, because he was really looking forward to having that sort of space to feel included, like he belongs in a way that is familiar to him, and that's with faith-based learning in a faith-based community. So please do not rescind it on behalf of my 2 kids that are in Gahanna schools and my family.
Mrs. Lovins. The slip that I have is from Jake Poling.
How's it going? My name is Jake Poling. I represent the organization Turning Point USA here in the state of Ohio and majority of Indiana. First off, I also want to say I am a community member. I do live right here in the area. So I was a little disappointed to hear about the rescission of the religious exemption. So I am standing with most of the other people that came up here today to agree. Anyway, Turning Point USA, so our goal is to impact students' lives and to help them find their unique voice. We are a 501c3 organization, so we do not and cannot endorse political parties or political candidates, contrary to the popular belief. We focus on ideas, which include free markets, limited government, individual liberty, just to name a few. These pro-constitutional ideas are a great first step to get students their first step or first view of the political world. For a better scope, we do have over 2,700 college campus or chapters on 2,700 college campuses, and we're actually in over 500 high school campuses. That just started in July of 2022. We launched our high school program, so we are expanding drastically. Students that decide to start or join a chapter do not regret that. They're able to experience so much, including our annual conferences, our voter registration drives, local events, and a lot more. We offer internships and great job opportunities too for them. One thing that's really important that we do, and we definitely try to hone in on, especially with our high school department and our high school students, is to give them the opportunity not only to network with like-minded students, but to learn and respectfully discuss the differences with students that disagree with them. That's very important, and in today's society, even we as adults don't do a very good job at properly discussing our differences. So that's really what we're trying to work on, is bring students together rather than tearing them apart, which is sadly what's happening in schools all over the country. I can attest to that, going to school board meetings all the time, and speaking in these forums and talking to concerned citizens and parents. In terms of education, I'll be really quick about this part. I've talked to a lot of parents within this district and in districts around, and they are rather unhappy with some certain things that they're finding in classrooms in terms of books that are available to students. Maybe not in the library, but in classroom libraries where teachers are able to bring books in without actually having to vet them with the school. I'd be happy to speak with somebody directly about those examples. Overall, we believe, and I believe, that the Constitution is the greatest political document in the world. The United States, through our ups and downs, is the best country ever to exist, and there should be no question about that. And that idea should definitely be present in our schools. I'd just like to say here, just to ask two simple questions here at the end. We said the pledge here at the beginning, which I thought was fantastic. I was wondering if you guys actually do that in your schools, and if you have American flags in every classroom in your school district. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate your time.
Bowling. The next slip that I have is from my neighbor, Sabrina Abel. Sorry.
Well, good evening, board members. Thank you for all of your hard work. I do not enjoy speaking in front of people. I'm extremely nervous, but I am doing this because I believe wholeheartedly that I need to stand here and ask you please not to rescind the RTRI policy. I am a parent of 3 children who are currently in our wonderful Gahanna School District. One who graduated last year from, this past spring and is now down at FIU. And I believe wholeheartedly that to rescind the RTRI policy would be, well, first, I've heard some amazing testimonies tonight of people who love and are passionate about our schools, our students, our teachers. And to rescind the RTRI policy would be to, in essence, remove the opportunity for another group of people who want to come alongside our students, our teachers, our schools, and show support to complement the awesome work that's already being done. I think it's important to remember that with the RTRI, with LifeWise Academy, this is an optional class. It is not something that, as a religious group, is looking to force a particular religion on anybody, but rather looking to give the option. As a Christian parent myself, I would love to have the opportunity to have the option to have my children, if they wanted to participate in such a class as LifeWise, being that, like many, we couldn't afford to send our children to private school. Therefore, to have the option to have a class that is a religious class that they could go to during the school day that meets the criteria of not being on school property, being privately funded, and being parent permitted would be a huge value for me and for many parents in our community. And again, I just think, as Vince said, the beauty of LifeWise, what we really desire to do is to come along, we're part of the community, and to be a part of the community by helping our students. I think that's really all I have to say. I really believe in this program. I do ask for you not to rescind the RTRI policy, and let us have an opportunity to help support the awesome work that everybody is already doing for our students, our families, and our community. Thank you.
So, the next slip that I have is from Lori Brown.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm so happy to be here and to see you all. And I'm Lori Brown, and I'm actually a member of the group of people, the steering committee, who wants to see LifeWise in Gahanna schools. And this is a great group of people, and we really, really love the kids. I'm also a grandma of 6, one of which is in Blacklick Elementary. She's a kindergartner, so 6 under 6 years old is a lot, but I'm excited to, as she's going to school and she loves it. I want to address something I think might be a concern to you, and that is, how's this going to work? And is this going to be a big disruption in the schools? And, what are you going to do to us? And I want to tell you that in the other programs that I know about, the people who are part of LifeWise work very diligently and very closely with the school, the administrators, the secretaries, to make it work as smoothly and seamlessly as possible. No disruption. We'll do anything and everything we can to make it the best possible thing. Hopefully a very positive experience for those involved. So I hope you'll think about that as well. We're very easy to work with, very accommodating, and want to just see the very best. So thank you so much.
I want to apologize. The temperature seems to be dropping precipitously in here. We're freezing too. We have learned that there's not much that we can do to adjust that temperature, so I apologize for the very cold temperature in here. The next slip that I have is from, I cannot call you anything other than Mrs. Flowers, my kid's former guidance counselor, Fran Flowers.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for having us. Dr. Deagle, nice to see you. My name is Fran Flowers. I am a Gehanna graduate in 1979, so my roots are strong in Gehanna. I'm also a retired Gehanna teacher. I had the joy of my life working at Chapelfield Elementary in 4th grade, and I dearly love kids. I had Mrs. Elliott in 4th grade. And it is a joy to be here tonight. And I too join many others that would like to ask you to reconsider and not rescind the RTI religious release time religious instruction policy that is already in place. What I know is that as an educator and as a grandma, as a mom, I too wonder about our kids, and I love kids, and I want them to do well, and I want them to have all the opportunities that they would like to have. And whenever I first learned about LifeWise 1 year ago, I immediately started doing my homework. I watched countless hours of videos about LifeWise. I visited LifeWise Academy Whitehall numerous times, and I almost think they have a table there just for Mrs. Flowers, because I wanted to see this program in action. I did not want to lend my support to something that I did not know about. So what I did was I went and I watched and I talked to lots of people that were working in the Whitehall LifeWise Academy. I also talked to fellow retirees of Chapelfield Elementary that are volunteering in the New Albany program of LifeWise. And everywhere I went and all the questions that I had pointed me to say, yes, we need this in Gehanna. Our kids need this in Gehanna. Just as Vince and many other parents and steering committee members shared, there is a need for this. And as a Christian, I love people. I love all kids. And I think that if parents would like their children to be part of this program, and that it is off campus and it is fully privately funded, it is at no cost to Gehanna schools, I think that you should vote to keep the policy in place so that we can tell you more about LifeWise. I already have a meeting set up with Dr. Deagle on November 16th, and LifeWise is going to speak with her about the program and share what we know and what we would like to see and ask how this could work in Gehanna schools and share ideas of other districts. So we're coming with lots of information to share. This is a well thought out, planned program. The curriculum is solid. I have my master's degree in curriculum and instruction, and so I looked at it, I studied it, and I think that if we could come alongside our Gehanna school teachers, who I admire, I cannot say enough about the staff and all the staff that I have met through the years at Gehanna. We work hard and we want what's best for our kids. So I hope that you will consider not rescinding this so that we could work alongside you and help our kids in our community, because our steering committee, and I am a steering committee member, we love kids and we love our community, and we just want to help. Just as on the website, Dr. Deagle wrote that the community, she wants community members to come, and we're here. We want to come and we want to help. So thank you.
The next slip that I have is from David Jansen.
Good evening, distinguished board members and Madam Superintendent. Good to be with you. Just briefly, I'll share brief. I'm a pastor of one of the churches here in Gahanna, and our church would be one of the kind of the guinea pigs by which of a LifeWise release time religious instruction would take place in. We have a wonderful relationship with Royal Manor School. We've had a wonderful relationship with Royal Manor over the last 6 years or so that our church has been in existence. And we have, over the last 5-6 years, been doing a mentoring program with Royal Manor. So parents would come and we would have a one-on-one mentor for students at Royal Manor, and then we would spend some time having dinner with the parents as well, providing that and spending time with the whole family. The program, as we've had, though, has been going down by way of attendance significantly, only because of all of the things that are A, competing with time after school, and B, the difficulty of parents getting parents to bring their kids back for a time of tutoring and support. So we said, we learned about LifeWise, and I'll be honest with you, I was a little bit skeptical. I was a fair share skeptical about it until I went to see it in action in Whitehall. And I was just blown away because I saw all these kids growing as people, and they were just, the light bulbs were going on, and it was so cool to watch as these kids were growing in their understanding of just important character traits, love and compassion and courage and determination and all these just wonderful things. And I came away going, this is what our kids need. This is really cool. And so we've gone to the point of saying as a church, we want to provide this for the community if the community would allow us. We're willing to alter our church, to make some significant changes to our facility even, so that we can provide this as an opportunity for our community. We believe that strongly in it. So I hope that you won't rescind it. I hope that you'll give it a chance. I hope that you'll learn more about it, and don't let fears that may be out there, or even skepticism like I had be out there, keep you from allowing something so wonderful as release time religious instruction during the school day that the kids don't have to come back for as an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. The next slip that I have is from Vicki Jansen.
Thank you, Board, for your time tonight. I will say that I am not as good a speaker as Mr. Jansen, so I am going to read my statement tonight. But a couple of the words that I've heard already tonight since being here are equity and collaboration. And those are two of the very same words that explain why religious release time matters in Gahanna Jefferson. It matters to our kids to give them all the opportunities that they are afforded. It's a parent's choice to participate in something like that, and if parents don't want to participate, their children to participate, that's okay. But it's also the right of those parents, I myself would be one of those, who want their children to participate. Parents who want to provide their children with another safe place in this crazy world. parents who want their children's worldview to be expanded, and parents who think this is of value to their children. I ask that you please don't take this right and this opportunity away from students or their parents. They deserve to make the choice, and I'd ask that you not take that choice away from them. Thank you.
Thank you. The next slip that I have is from Anita Ward.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Deagle, Treasurer Gooding, and Assistant Superintendent Elliott, and to the students that I've honored tonight. Well done. Thank you so much for allowing me to turn my form in late. I was rushing and missed that mark, so I appreciate that. I really just want to take this opportunity to echo what's already been said, and as it relates to the release time religious instruction, which I will call RTRI because I'll probably say it a million times, I would ask that you consider not removing that. I agree with others. I wholeheartedly believe that the policy is in place for everyone involved. It's an opportunity for parents, students, and educators that are passionate about having this opportunity for students to learn, to have that opportunity. I am a community member, very actively involved. I serve wherever I can be boots on the ground. My family believes in dying to self because it's about people, being there for people, supporting people, and doing what we need to do for those that are around us. I am also a steering committee member for LifeWise Academy for Gahanna, along with others that are here tonight, and I am a proud parent of 2 Gahanna alumni. Both my girls came through Gahanna schools. I would say that my oldest daughter had the opportunity to attend some faith-based clubs after school, but again, it was competing time. If she wanted to play sports and enjoy some high school things, that was always a competition. My youngest daughter, who is planning to be an educator herself, she's passionate about education, let me tell you. She actually, when she was in middle school at Gahanna South, basically it sounds like ran through the halls to find any teacher she could that would host a Bible study at 7:30 in the morning before school. It was that important to her, and so she found a teacher that was willing to do that. She showed up at 7:30. She bribed all her friends with donuts to get them to come. And the really cool thing was seeing the youth pastors at the different local churches take turns at the different middle schools to host the study. I share that to say that students are hungry for it and they want to have the opportunity to do that. And also it helps them identify their peers that are strong in their faith as well. Release time religious instruction allows an opportunity for educators in both camps to come alongside one another and be able to offer character building, support those kids in many different ways that you've already heard tonight that I won't repeat. So the reason I'm asking for us to consider not removing that is because it's an opportunity during the school that is a course, that is a class. My kids went to college and had to take religious classes while they were in college. And it was the first time they had rigorous instruction for religious classes. And so this is an opportunity that they get that at an earlier age. Again, I heard it's a choice. It costs no funds to the district. The parents give permission and the classes are off-site. And again, we are passionate about working alongside the educators, not to replace them, not to take anything away, but to honestly put forth our best foot to come alongside them. So I really appreciate you taking time to listen to everyone that's here. I think we're all representing why we want it to stay. Very surprised to see it on the board to be rescinded. It has been around for a really long time, and it is just another avenue for us to allow parents and students that are interested to have the opportunity. So again, I thank you for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you. The next slip that I have is from Mark Booker.
Good evening, and I can offer that this will probably be a very brief departure from the theme that we've had, because I will not be speaking about release time religious education. I'm here because I'm a parent of a chorale student. My daughter Claire just absolutely loves it, and at the concert that just happened, Mr. Lehman said, and my daughter's been excited about this, that they're planning a trip to New York, but it needs board approval. And I am speaking just to say, approve it. When it comes up on the agenda, approve it. I'm volunteering. I'll be a parent volunteer chaperone for this. What our children get in education happens well beyond these walls, and the opportunity to travel to the great city of New York, to sing at cathedrals, to express the gift that they have, is something that is invaluable. So I would just urge this board, when the opportunity arises and Mr. Lehman presents his case, understand that the value to our kids is just absolutely tremendous. So I'm just going to say, please approve it when the opportunity arises.
The next slip that I have is from Steve Benninger. Let's see. Oh, I was going to say, I know you were here. There you are.
Just trying to take the approved route. Thank you, board members, Dr. Deagle, Mrs. Elliott, and Mr. Gooding for the opportunity for the public to share their thoughts. My name is Steve Benninger. My wife is Shirley. We've lived in this community for 37 years. We raised our children in the school district. All three of them went through Chapel Field and Middle School West and the high school. One of my sons had Mrs. Elliott as a teacher. Two of them had Mrs. Flowers. My wife was a PTO director and assistant and activities coordinator and a dozen other things. So just saying that to say we're deeply vested in this community. I've been a pastor in Gahanna for 37 years, and I've known thousands of Gahanna residents during that time. And I just want to add my voice to those who are asking the board to not rescind the release time religious instruction policy. I want to make 2 points. One is, I wonder if it would be wise to maybe table this issue to give time to discover what the parents of Gahanna would want in this particular matter. I'm not sure if there's an urgency, if you're feeling an urgency to get this matter resolved tonight or not, but I would encourage you to take some time and do some surveys, do the due diligence to find out what parents actually want. I'm part of our Gahanna Ministerial Association along with Dave, and we represent, I don't know, a dozen, 15 churches in Gahanna and thousands of church attenders, and I would pretty much say that the vast majority of those folks would want this policy to remain in place. So I would encourage you towards that end. And my second point is my closest connection to release time religious education is with our LifeWise program at our Whitehall campus in Whitehall. We're a multi-campus church. We have a Whitehall campus. And like Dave, I went and saw it firsthand and walked away going, oh my goodness, this is so wonderful. And I wanted you to know that what we're hearing from the teachers in the Whitehall district, they're thanking us for having this program because they're seeing attitude changes and behavioral changes in the children who are participating in this RTRI program. And that just speaks volumes, I think, when the educators in the community are coming to us and saying, thank you for hosting this program, picking up the children. It's totally voluntary, as has been stated. But we're actually seeing attitude and behavioral changes in the students that are all positive. So I would encourage you to take that into consideration, and I'm asking you to not rescind this policy. Thank you.
You. The next slip that I have is from Brenda, is it Jefferson? Sorry. I know you were writing that quickly.
Good evening, everybody. First, I wanted to just do a call out. This is my neighbor right here, Blake Briel. I'm very proud of him. He lives in our neighborhood, and yes, he's student council president, and he does some really awesome work in the neighborhood, too, with our kids. I've got 3 little kiddos. My oldest is in pre-kindergarten, pre-K, so still technically daycare. But my husband and I have been talking about in length of what we might want to do with our kids when it comes to public school education, private school education. Can we afford private school because it's, it's not free and all of that. And one of my best friends from high school, I grew up in a small town, Fort Recovery, Ohio, and moved to Columbus when I went to college. I went to Ohio State. But one of my best friends from high school is now a special education teacher in New Albany. And they also have a LifeWise program there. And she told me one day about this program they had started in New Albany. And she's been hearing phenomenal things from the parents. The parents have wonderful things to say about, like you said, I echo the attitude changes, behavioral changes in her own, that her parents were saying, and the evidence that she saw from her own children. I want to say too, just kind of echo what some of the other people here have said. It's an optional program. I just joined the steering committee for LifeWise about 3 weeks ago, so I kind of dove in head first and kind of learning along the way too. But it really is, it would just be heartbreaking to see that policy rescinded. As a parent of my 3 little ones, I want them to grow up with those character traits. I do my husband and I, of course, do the best that we can within our walls. But they learn a lot from peers and community members around them, the circle of friend group that they create as they grow. And I want all children to grow up and have those same character traits that we speak about with courage and respect. It's just, these are all of the things that LifeWise encourages in our students, and I think it's just very, very important. I strongly ask you to reconsider. Thank you.
The last slip I have is from Cynthia, is it Lampkins?
Good evening, everyone. I am Cynthia Lampkins, and I am asking you all to please rescind please not rescind the LifeWise program. I have been in the Gahanna community for probably about 22 to 23 years. I have biological children who have come out of Gahanna school system, 2005, 2007. I'm dating myself, I know. And we moved to the district when my son was a freshman in high school and my daughter was in the 7th grade. I am also a foster parent, and so I'm still connected with Gahanna, and I have a daughter right now that's in the Gahanna school system, and I'm in the process of welcoming another student to the Gahanna district as of today. I just sent information to the Welcome Center for another foster child that I have in my home. I work for the city of Gahanna. I am a payroll analyst for the city of Gahanna, and that's how I ended up in the community. My daughter worked for Gahanna City Schools. She's a track coach. She was a cheer coach. Dion, she's related to you. I remarried, so my last name is different now. But but I want to say that I have firsthand experience. My church is in Columbus, and we are diagonally across from Mifflin Middle School. I was on the committee to launch LifeWise at Mifflin Middle School. I just want the board to know that from personal experience, that LifeWise and the relationship that we have with Mifflin, the principal, the teachers, whomever, they make sure that the transition from Mifflin Middle School to Columbus Christian Center Church and back to Mifflin Middle School is sweatless, is smooth. There's no interruption in the school day. We make sure that we connect with the school on which students are at our church and which students are not. LifeWise is so organized in making sure that their relationship with the school and their program remains sweatless. So I also want to say that as far as the students go, so let me just first say this. Let me look at my time. So I don't know if you all know, we had a student that passed from Gahanna Schools, Mason Murphy. I just found out about this meeting when I was on my way to his memorial service. So I'm kind of transitioning because he was near and dear to my heart. But I just want to say that in me watching us launch, there was a student at Mifflin who attended our program, but she was very insecure She did not have confidence. She did not want to participate. But at the end of our school year, she came out of her shell. And that's exactly what she said. She feels more confident. She feels more secure in herself. And that's what LifeWise is about. They're building character. They're helping students learn to love all. We're not segregating anybody. We love all. From whatever dynamic it is, it doesn't matter. We love all. And then also, I would like to definitely mention, I don't think I've heard this, it's the law. It is the law that we can have religious time out off school grounds, and it doesn't cost the school anything. So from my personal experience, I just want to let you know that, believe me, attitudes will change, grades will change, confidence will be built. People will start treating each other differently, but in a better way. I witnessed it personally from Mifflin, from our church launching Mifflin in our church building. So I just want you to please, please, just do not take it off the table, because it's definitely needed. Some students need it. A group of students need it. It may not be everybody, but there are some students. And as a foster parent, I know I have one foster child that's in college right now. That's rare. But out of the 20 years that I've been a foster parent, it was worth that one. So even if it's one child that attends, that's all that matters. We had 7 students at Mifflin. We have 33 this year. Just please know, it's very important for some students, so let's make it happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank all of you for being respectful of each other and our time as well. But we appreciate you coming and speaking to us tonight. We are on communication and adoption of the agenda. Are there any recommended changes to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Madam President, I would like to add to our agenda the approval of one full-time special education aide, a .85 occupational therapist, and a .2 physical therapist. This comes from our Finance and Facilities Subcommittee meeting on Tuesday, where we discussed the need for additional staffing for our special education students.
Is there a place on the agenda? I'm trying to think that would fall under.
I'm sorry,
No,
Madam
that's
President.
okay.
Human resources.
Human resources. So under letter G, would it be adding an action item? So a number 27 under letter G?
Or perhaps number 4.
Oh, I see that. Okay. So amend number, so the recommendation is to amend item number 4 under letter G to add approval for, I started to write them down, but I didn't write them all down, but the positions that you just described that we discussed at Finance and Facility on Tuesday night.
That's correct. One full-time aide, a .85 OT, .2 PT.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Deagle.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to amend the agenda to add approval for those additional positions that were discussed at Finance and Facility Committee on Tuesday night to item number 4 under letter G? Thanks, Mrs. Coates. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mrs. Mooring. Any additional discussion about modifying the agenda in that way? Mr. Gooding, can you call the roll on the motion to modify the agenda?
Mrs. Mooring?
Yes.
Mrs. Pickle-Antonio?
Yes.
Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Manley?
Yes.
Motion carried.
And then is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Thanks, Mrs. Horn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Manley. Any discussion? I know you're taking notes over there, Mr. Gooding, because that was an additional, can you call the roll one more time, please?
And I'll follow the roll call that was there before, because I
That's-
know we have that rotate, so
Yep,
if
that's
it
fine.
seems weird, that's why. Mrs. Mooring?
Yes.
Mrs. Pickle-Antonio?
Yes.
Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Manley?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. We are on to the superintendent's report, so I will turn it over to you, Dr. Deagle.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. It's good to be back with you. Just a few items this evening for my report. The first is later in the agenda tonight, you will see your request for approval of a COO, Chief Operating Officer position. And the reason for this position is, as you know, we have passed a significant bond levy and we have significant building projects going on. And I am requesting some support, additional support on the operations side of our organization. We have had one less administrator from 2016 to now than what we have normally had. And with the addition of these projects, we would like to go back to the right size for administrators in operations. What this COO would lead includes our food service, our transportation, our custodial team, our maintenance team, our technology team. So a significant amount of our operations. My belief is that in working with our assistant superintendent, this person can provide additional support to go a little bit deeper in some of the programming needs and support for our buildings. So I do request your approval of that position this evening. A celebration from this week is the Middle School West STEM Fest. Wasn't that amazing? So thank you to our board members who attended. We had COSI at Middle School West, high school robotics, tech, high school special aspects, honors bionics, underwater robotics. Many of our high school students were at Middle School West to support our middle school students. Fairfield Career Center was there, as well as many of our teachers, and there was programming throughout our entire building to turn our students on to possible careers in STEM. It was a wonderful night. Appreciate the leadership of everyone at Middle School West on that. Another wonderful piece of news comes from Lincoln Live. The television students at Lincoln High School from the year 21-22 have been nominated for 5 national student Emmy Awards from the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. So our 5 nominations include Best Newscast for Lincoln Live, Best Sports Program for the Lincoln Sports Zone, and then there were 3 other national nominations for our 2022 graduates, I believe a few who had come to visit us over the summer. So we are excited to watch the streamed ceremony from Hollywood, and that will be on November 17th. So best of luck to those students. This is really a lifetime achievement for these students. In other wonderful news, our athletics programs are doing really well this fall. Girls cross country earned OCC championship. Girls volleyball share OCC championship rights, and girls soccer also tied for OCC championship. And our football team, I believe in a recent rating, was ranked number 1 in Central Ohio, and they currently share the OCC. We are hoping for a victory on Friday where they could potentially be the outright OCC champs. So it has been a lot of fun to cheer our student athletes on. And last, Mrs. Elliott and I are enjoying our student superintendent advisory group. You got to meet many of our students in that group tonight at our groundbreaking. Those are our high school students. But we're going to try something. This is new to our district in general, but Mrs. Elliott and I want to try it at the middle school level and the elementary school level. So we meet with our middle school student advisory group this next week, and in anticipation of that meeting, we have 2 6th graders from each building, 2 7th graders from each building, and 2 8th graders from each building nominated by their principal. We've asked them to come with some thoughts about what they most appreciate about their school and whether they feel appropriately challenged in their classrooms. I've asked them to come ready to talk about whether they feel safe in their school, and also what topics they wish for us to expand upon in future meetings. So I'll report back to you on what I learned, but These are highlights, aren't they, Mrs. Elliott? So thank you so much.
Eagle. Next, we have a report from our Assistant Superintendent, Mrs. Elliott.
Thank you. So just a few things. I wanted to give an update on our equity plan work. We had our first parent advisory group meeting of the school year on October 3rd. We were able to give some updates on our implementation task drafting, which is happening right now with our 5 action teams. We also engaged the group in an activity to come up with some of the terms and phrases that are seen throughout our equity plan to help build an understanding and kind of define some of those things for our community and our staff, so that was productive. We're set for drafting of those implementation tasks that wrap up at the very beginning of November. Some things are already well underway, but we're excited about how that work is going. I also wanted to talk about an MOU that is on the agenda this evening related to a reduction in student days. I just wanted to make the connection for everyone that in August we presented about our calendar selection for the next 3 years, and it was voted on at that time after many committee meetings and an extensive community vote where almost 1,800 people participated, and so that MOU is a part of those calendar updates that takes us from 177 student days down to 173 student days. And provides additional opportunity for professional learning and work time for our staff. And then connected to that, I just wanted to report on our professional development day that we just had on Monday the 17th. This was one of our building-based PD days where administrators worked together to plan professional learning based on building needs specifically. And a lot of our buildings dove into student data and instructional strategies to target student needs. Every time we host a professional development opportunity, we also survey the staff afterwards to get feedback and find out, how they felt, did it meet their needs. And so I just wanted to report we had 243 staff members complete the survey, and there are a variety of questions, but all of the questions came out around 93 to 95% favorable for the experiences that our staff had, so that's really positive for us. And we are glad to keep moving forward. That's all I have.
Ms. Elliott. Next, we have a report out from our treasurer, Mr. Gooding.
Thank you, and thank you to Mrs. Moore for giving a brief synopsis of the finance and facility meeting that I think was about 2.5 hours, so I promise the audience I won't give that report again this evening, so you can all get home before midnight. So what we have on the agenda for this evening is the financial report from September of this year. That was something that we covered. The other things on here, but I'll come back to the forecast piece. The remaining items for approval this evening are the appropriations. There are 4 amendments. You'll see them listed for the public school support of $8,000, student managed activity, and there's a student managed activity and a district managed activity. It just depends who's in charge of running that group. The student group is for $4,600. The district managed activity is $13,537.77, and then the miscellaneous federal grant. This is the school safety grant that we got from the Ohio Facility Commission, $50,000 for the high school. Fund-to-fund transfer. This is something that I know went out in the communication update last week about the Fill My Tummy Fund. This is an opportunity for folks that want to contribute to offset negative balances for students that can't pay their lunch fees. So what we're doing is moving money from that into the food service to cover those for students that were unable to do so. Opportunity is still there. If anybody wants to contribute, it's available on the website. We do have one item for a then and now, which is just approval for an invoice that was over $3,000 that was issued prior to the purchase order. So it's just a technical thing that we have to go through so we can get that paid. As Mrs. Murray mentioned, we have 3 items on here for insurance rates for next year. For our dental, vision, and life insurance, great thing. They're all a 0% increase, so that's a wonderful thing. So we have that moving forward. And a long list of donations, and as always, we're extremely thankful for the contributions of our community to help assist and support our schools in this manner. The last item is a new student activity account at the high school. It is the high school sports management HOSA Club. This is a program that is run through the Fairfield Career Center. So this is just part of our agreement with them providing those classes in our buildings, is that we do the student activity group. So these funds are going through our account and not theirs. Last but not least, as we mentioned, the big bulk of Tuesday's agenda was the first run through, the first draft of the 5-year forecast, which goes for the current fiscal year 23 through 27. Good news is our cash balance has improved. So in May, we were projecting ending cash unreserved fund balance in 26 of just over 800,000. We're now projecting over 5.15 million. So that's a good thing that we've improved that unreserved fund balance. I guess the bad news, if you will, the red flag that does exist in this forecast, and it was there in May and it's still here now, is that next fiscal year we start into what we call deficit spending. So we're spending more than we have coming in. So that's kind of the first red flag. It's not, a major alarm, but it's a first trigger for us that we need to look very carefully at this, and we do anyways, even if this wasn't happening, to monitor our revenues coming in, our expenses going out, because as soon as we start spending down that cash, spending more than we have coming in, we're eating into our cash balance. So we want to be very aware of that and monitor that very closely so that we can take the appropriate steps at the appropriate time to fend that off as much as we can. With that, the forecast, the high level piece is the annual growth rate on revenue is a mere 1% growth on revenue, while at the same time the annual growth rate for expenses is 5%, thus putting us in that deficit spending model. So right now we have the forecast out there that was presented. It's live streamed, was there. Any questions, feedback that anyone has, the board has, we have an opportunity. We'll bring this back to the Finance Committee in November on the 15th, and then bring it back to the board, for approval on the 17th, and then we'll file that with the Ohio Department of Education by the end of the month.
Scott, it's not lost on me that we have some people in the audience that may not have been privy to Tuesday night. And I think when you hear us talking about deficit spending, I think it's really important for people to understand that in the state of Ohio, our legislature requires districts to pass property tax funding to fund our schools. And not only do we pass property tax levies to fund our schools, but they are fixed at the amount that when it was passed. So if we passed a levy in 2015, for example, right? Whatever the dollar amount that we passed that for in 2015, that does not increase, right? So it's called a fixed dollar levy. So our income side of our balance or our income statement is tied to a fixed amount. But the expenses, we are like you in every household, right? Inflation hits our expenses. So that's why periodically we have to come back to the voters to increase our revenue, because our expenses go like this, but our revenue stays like this. So unlike the city, which is Earl made that point on Tuesday, the city is funded with income tax. So incomes rise, their revenue rises. But in a school district, it is just not the way that our world works, right? We pass a levy at a fixed amount, and our expenses we can't control under that fixed amount for a long time. So when we talk about levy cycle, I hope that maybe helps understand why we talk about deficit spending. So when we plan a levy, we hope to have it last 5 years, right? We might make 7 out of this last levy. I think we're going to make 7 because we've been watching the dollars. But I think we have to kind of project what we're going to need for 5 years and then raise that amount do our best to stay, or watch our expensive, and then we have to come back. So any help you can give us with sharing that education to the general public, we would very much appreciate. Thank you.
Great point.
You. Oh, I don't know. Were you finished? Okay, sorry. Next, we have a report out from communication, and we should welcome to our district our new, is it Public Information, PIC, Public Information Coordinator. Welcome, Eric Starkey, to the district. We're glad to have you join us, and I am going to turn it over to you.
Great. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for welcoming me. I've been here for a few weeks now, and it's just been great to really dive in and get to work, so I'm excited to be here. To get to my report tonight, I first want to thank you all for weathering the cold and other weather elements this afternoon for our great groundbreaking. You'll continue to see pictures, videos from that great event as we continue to celebrate the monumentous occasion from this afternoon. Another thing that I'm looking forward to really dive into is a project that's kind of been around for several years or a few years from my understanding, but it's something that we're really going to start getting the ball rolling as a rebranding for the district. And so what that looks like is just a shared feeling, a shared look from the district. And so the reason it's happening, or the ball is getting started rolling now, is because it aligns with our new high school. And so our construction company and our architects need new logos to know what they're putting on walls and on gym floors and things like that in the high school. And so that's why we're really starting the process now. And so our goal is to end this process with two different logos, one being a more administrative central office logo, and then the second logo would be more building, school spirit, and represent each of our buildings in our district. And so that's the end goal. To get there, we just are working on putting together our steering committee to really drive this home. And throughout this whole process, our plan is to, I think we've identified 5 focus groups that we really want to key in on and get their feedback. We don't want to make these, put these logos together in an echo chamber or anything like that. We really want feedback from these focus groups. So it's a project that will take some time, and we're looking forward to seeing what we get. It will probably take a month or two to get these logos put together and get some versions out there for people to put their eyes on. And then a month or two after that, we'll have our finished logos. While we may have them finished, you may not see them for a while. Like I said, this was a sort of truncated timeline so that we can get it in time for the architects. So we need it. We just may not roll it out right when we have it. We'll try and time it perfectly to really key in on the support for our new high school. The final thing I wanted to highlight, Dr. Deagle already had mentioned tonight, was STEM Fest at Middle School West this week. It was a great evening. I actually went and interviewed some of the students that attended and some of the staff that put on the event. And so be on the lookout for a video highlighting that. From what I heard from the students that attended, the bug guy and making ice cream were the highlights of the night. So, and that does it for my report tonight. Thank you.
Starkey, and again, welcome to the district. We are on letter E, financial business, and there are 7 items for action. Unless there is an objection to taking those 7 items together, is there a motion to approve items number 1 through 7 under letter E?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Mooring. Is there a second? Thanks, Mrs. Horn. Any additional discussion about these items? Hey, Mr. Gooding, can you call the roll, please?
Mr. Manley?
Yes.
Mrs. Mooring? Mrs. Pickle Antonio?
Yes.
Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Motion carried.
There are 2 items for action under letter F, educational pupil programs and services. Unless there's an objection to taking those 2 items together, is there a motion to approve items number 1 and 2 under letter F?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Coates. Is there a second? Thank you, Mrs. Mooring. Mr. Booker, I don't see the New York trip on here tonight. I'm sure it'll come to us. Any discussion at all? Okay, Mr. Gooding, can you call the roll, please?
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Manley? Mrs. Mooring? Mrs. Pickle Antonio?
Yes.
Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Motion carried.
There are 26 items for action under letter G, Human Resources. Unless there is an objection to taking those items together, is there a motion to approve items number 1 through 26 under letter G? Thanks, Mrs. Mooring. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you, Mr. Manley. Any discussion about these items?
You thank the people that are already, the employees in the district that are retiring. Some of them are very near and dear to my heart and have taught my children, and we just appreciate everything that you've done for the district and our students. And we wish you well, but we hope you will come back and be a substitute for us. So make that plug now.
Add to that, thanks, Sue, with all of these coaches that we see. A lot of them I know have full-time jobs and then come from their job to coach our students, and I think that's just amazing. And so big thank you to them as well.
Any additional discussion? I just want to echo the gratitude under item number 2, the retirement resignations. I know some of the teachers obviously were teachers that my own kids had as well. So as Mrs. Horn said, we wish them well in their retirement, and we hope that once they get some rest that they do want to come back and substitute for us. Anything else? Mr. Gooding, can you call the roll, please?
Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Manley? Mrs. Mooring?
Yes.
Mrs. Pickle Antonio?
Yes.
Motion carried.
There are 4 items for action under general business. Unless there's an objection to taking those items together, is there a motion to approve items number 1 through 4 under letter H? Thanks, Mrs. Mooring. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mrs. Coates. Any discussion? I'm sorry, we're having a meeting right now, so I'm going to ask that you please respect our ability to conduct the meeting, or else I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Any discussion from the board about letter H?
I do have some comments.
Sure.
I appreciate all of the speakers tonight and the purpose of LifeWise Academy. But this policy is not directed solely at LifeWise Academy, right? So this is an all-encompassing policy. So please don't make that deliberate association that because if we had 5 LifeWise Academies coming and asking us to pull kids at different times during the day, it is not just a single policy. I will also say I was baptized and I'm a lifetime practicing Christian. Raised my children at Peace Lutheran Church, Wednesday night children's ministry, and Sunday morning. I understand and value what you value. But several people talked about cost, and so being the financial person, there is still a cost because we're still paying the teachers while you're taking students away, right? So it's a sunk cost, right, for those students. But most importantly, our teachers, the thing that I hear from teachers, and I think others that go into the schools, they would love more instructional time with the students, not less. So that's a concern for me, and I understand, and there's been practices, but I also have worked many hours alongside Shirley, volunteering in the schools, and it had to be inherently disruptive when you're scheduling for core courses and our outstanding related and physical arts courses, add in speech and reading and OT and PT and all the other additional services. our teachers are so committed that if a student is missing school or a lesson, they will feel the obligation to make that up with that student. And I personally have concerns about that. I want to keep Gahanna education as such a strong education. I love the concept of what you are delivering. I love the concept that you could do it at 7:30 in the morning or after school or in the evening, which is what our family chose to do. But from a policy for a school district, I have concerns about multiple entities coming and asking, and how we balance and educate with the limited time we have with students. So those are my concerns that are leading to my position on this.
Thanks, Mrs. Mooring. Any other comments? Mr. Manley?
Just briefly, I'm fully in agreement with Daphne, and I know that LifeWise has been talking to people in the schools for quite some time, and I've also talked to community members, and it's been a conversation with people who are at the other schools, and there, are conversations that have been going on within the school. We're trying to meet with you. We're not going to stop meeting with you and listening, and the after-school option as a club. But yeah, we are talking with other districts, or I am, and community members throughout previous months that I've been on the board. So appreciate all your input, and it's good to hear from you all, really.
Go ahead.
I also agree with Daphne, building on what Daphne said. I loved my religious education growing up. I went to Sunday school every Sunday as a youth through high school. Go to church regularly. I appreciate everything that your programs do and the character development, the passion that you have. I do think it's really important. But I agree with what Daphne's saying. I have very similar concerns. I would love to see you take that passion and build that successful before or after school program, because I think with the passion that you have, like I heard that competing time, then that competing time won't be a problem. It could be a solve. Because I don't see that if there's competing time after school, there's competing time during school too. Is it fair to our teachers to take students out from their classroom when we have taxpayers paying for their time to be in the classroom? And also, just how do you pick what class it is that they miss when there's evidence-based that they're all important? So again, I love religious instruction. I love your passion and the values behind it, and that's where I really am very supportive of it being a before or after school program.
Mrs. Ford.
Sure. I echo what my colleagues are saying as well. I know the school district is extremely supportive of letting different clubs and groups use the school buildings after or before time frame. We're charged for all students, and it's a public school, so there is separation of church and state, because this nation, I've heard lots of people talk about the Constitution, and we have to remember that we were founded for religious freedom. America was. And, as a public school, we need to support all kids, and everybody's important. And I went to Christian school. I mean, we all value that part of it, but we're also charged with making sure our students are receiving the education that they deserve. And, we can't prioritize one being more important than the other. And we have a great faith-based community in our community. I mean, I've lived in Gahanna over 30 years. I mean, all the different institutions are equally important. And like Daphne said, what my concern is, once you start allowing for one major group, how do we control that and make sure we deliver the education that our students believe? So please, like Kara was mentioning, and Daphne and Dion, your passion is commendable, and I applaud that. It's just a way of how can we work together to make sure that that can get delivered outside of classroom time, that our students, especially after COVID, desperately need that instructional time. I understand that there's other side benefits, that kids might not have the coaching or different opportunities, and that's a way that we can work together to figure out how that could help before school or after school. But I just don't believe that it's in our best interest to allow it to happen during the school time.
Thanks, Mrs. Horn. Just briefly, I guess I would reiterate the point made by Mrs. Mooring that this policy was put in place before LifeWise existed. The policy is not inextricably tied. So while we heard a lot of, I'm cutting out. While we did hear a lot of very passionate community members speaking about one particular program, this policy is not, I just want to make that clear, this is not a LifeWise policy. This is a release time policy. So the one thing that I guess I want to make sure that I say is that we, as a district, we value and respect, the constitutional religious freedom, and there is lots of protection for that religious freedom throughout our other policies in the district that protect religious expression and protect observance of holidays for families. But the very simple point that it comes down to for me is that we have very precious few hours of instructional time with our students, and there is not 1 minute of that instructional time that is not essential. I could not tell an art teacher or a gym teacher or a music teacher or a PE teacher or a guidance counselor or our cafeteria workers or our bus drivers that their time spent with children is not essential. As Mrs. Elliott talked about related to our school calendar, we actually have had to make an adjustment to reduce down the amount of instructional time that we spend with students in order to make sure that we are fully providing what our staff need in order to be their most effective with that precious time that they have with our students. So I did hear a lot of comments from all of you about competing time after school, and I guess I would just ask that you think about it from the perspective of that competing time with the precious minutes that we have as a district with students. So it is as simple as that for me. Any additional discussion? Okay, Mr. Gooding, can you call the roll, please?
Mrs. Pickle Antonio?
Yes.
Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Manley?
Yes.
Mrs. Mooring?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. We are on board reports and discussions. Nope, what did I skip? Oh, I did. I skipped. We have two. So at our January organizational meeting, that is typically when we make appointments of board members to various committees or as liaisons to various groups. But we have two appointments that I think actually we don't need to take a vote on these. Two appointments that I am going to make a change on. So the first one is the OSBA Legislative Liaison. And we are going to change the OSBA Legislative, it's actually the OSBA Delegate to the Legislative Convention. We're going to change that to me, with the alternate being Mrs. Mooring. And then for Gahanna Parks and Rec Board, I am going to change that appointment from Mr. Lofton to Mrs. Horn. Sorry, I missed that. So now we're going to move on to board reports and discussions, and we'll start with a legislative update from me. I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as I can, but I have a few things that I need to report about as a legislative update. So even though the legislature is in recess right now, there were a few education-related pieces of legislation that have been introduced recently. The first piece of legislation is House Bill 726. That is a bill that was introduced on October 3rd. That is a bill that would permit counties with a population of more than 1 million to authorize a property tax freeze for owner-occupied home for an owner who is at least 60 years of age and whose total income is not over $50,000. One of the reasons that I mentioned this piece of legislation is that we have actually had some discussion when we had our presentation from the consultant that we work with to do our enrollment projections. We had a little bit of conversation at that committee meeting about whether or not, as a school board, we had any ability whatsoever to consider doing anything to provide property tax relief to our older community members who may not any longer have an income or may have a fixed income. And the answer to that question is that we don't have that flexibility. That is something that is decided by the state on a statewide basis, and we don't have any flexibility whatsoever in this. So this piece of legislation would allow, rather than the decision always being made at the state level for some counties, larger counties, Franklin County, I guess, being one of those counties, if this legislation passes, it would allow the county to make a more local decision about whether or not to provide that property tax relief to those residents. So I thought that was an interesting bill to watch and see what happens. There's two other bills that I'll mention. One is Senate Bill 361. That was introduced on October 3rd. That is a piece of legislation that would permit school districts to employ veterans of the U.S. Armed Forces that have met certain requirements to be employed as teachers without licenses. And then finally, House Bill 722 was introduced on September 15th. That is a piece of legislation that would require public schools to adopt a prescribed policy on parental notification of student health and well-being. With each of these pieces of legislation, the other thing that I want to, I guess, make clear is that at the end of the calendar year, the General Assembly actually ends. And so if these bills haven't gone anywhere by the end of the year, they would essentially they would end. The legislation would end. And if those legislators felt that they wanted to, if they were still in the General Assembly and wanted to move forward on them, they would have to reintroduce them. So just wanted to make that clear. So last month when I gave my legislative update, we had some conversation about the State Board of Education, and I wanted to just update us on what has happened since our last regular board meeting. Since our last regular board meeting, the State Board of Education has actually had 2 regular board meetings. And I say 2 board meetings, but their meetings are 2 days long, so 4 days worth of 2 meetings. As we talked about last month, I ended up speaking during public participation on behalf of our board in opposition to a resolution that was introduced by one of the State Board of Education members. I want to thank Sue and Dion for being there during that public participation period with me. The State Board that day heard from over 60 people and received written statements from around 30 additional individuals. At the end of that board meeting, the board member who introduced that resolution introduced a revised resolution, and he was the only State Board of Education member who was provided an opportunity to speak about the substance of that resolution. So the State Board met again in October, and at that board meeting, they listened to 4 hours of public participation. about that member-introduced resolution. There were several other school boards who came and testified in opposition to the resolution, including locally Worthington and Columbus. At the end of so even though there were 4 hours worth of public participation, there were, I don't know, maybe 20, 30 additional statements that were submitted that were not read during that period of public participation. At the end of a really long day, the state board ultimately voted to send the resolution to their executive committee for further discussion. And I just saw today that the executive committee has scheduled a meeting for October 31st at 12:30 p.m. And what I saw in the notice is that members of the public are invited to attend that committee meeting, but there's not any opportunity for, at a committee meeting, it's just discussion among the committee members. So people can attend, but there would not be an opportunity to speak. And then last, I wanted to just briefly, I guess, start a conversation about the OSBA Delegate Assembly. We have 3 new board members here who did go to Capitol Conference last year after you were elected, before you were sworn onto this board. You were all able to come to the OSBA Capitol Conference. But we really haven't had an opportunity to have a conversation about what the delegate assembly is, what goes on there, what decisions get made. So I just wanted to kind of give an overview of that process, talk about one particular item that is going to be voted on, and then probably have some additional conversation as we get closer to that meeting. But the delegate assembly takes place at the annual conference, and it's the business meeting where delegates from each school district come together and vote on proposed changes to the OSBA legislative platform. There is an OSBA legislative platform committee, and that committee met on Saturday, August 6th to review proposed changes to the OSBA legislative platform. Those proposed changes can come either from OSBA staff, or they can come from member districts. There's a process that we can talk about at another meeting about how those recommended changes come from a school district, but that is something that we have the opportunity as OSBA members to participate in. You should have all received an email from OSBA with the proposed changes and the minutes from the Legislative Platform Committee. If you didn't get that email, let me know or let Kimberly know so that we can make sure that you got it. Most of the proposed changes this year are not substantive, really. Mostly they're cleanup language, or they reflect updated changes to the law. But there was one proposal from a group of 4 school districts: Brooklyn City School District, Cambridge City School District, Lynchburg Clay Local, and Riverside Local School District. I think those last 2 may be educational service centers, I believe. That would make a substantive change to the legislative platform. I had some questions about the proposed language, given that some of the legislation that is some of the legislation that is currently pending, not just the bills that I talked about tonight, but some of the other legislation that we've talked about in the past. So I reached out to OSBA legislative staff. I asked them to outline for me how adopting this particular language would affect their advocacy on that pending legislation, and I shared that information with all of you. So again, if you didn't get that from me, let me know so that you have that. I have some concerns with the wording of the additional language and the impact that it would have on OSBA's advocacy, on district staff, and on public school district students. So I am thinking right now that I would like to speak at the delegate assembly to offer some proposed modifications so that the language that ends up part of the legislative platform is directly in line with the parent and family involvement policy that was adopted by the State Board of Education in 2007. And I know that was a lot of information. As I said, as we get closer to that conference date, I will, I guess, share with you what I'm thinking, and we can make sure that it reflects what this board thinks should be in the OSBA legislative platform. Next, any report out from Eastland Fairfield? And just to remind everybody, our Eastland Fairfield appointee is a former school board member, Matt Campbell, who is finishing out, I think, his third year of a 3-year term on Eastland Fairfield. So Mr. Manley has been gracious enough to give us those reports from Mr. Campbell.
Thank you. So I'm going to first start with the September report that I received and then get into the October report. So the board, in the September meeting, September 14th, the board received a presentation from bioscience lab instructor, Mrs. Kelly Lewis. And the bioscience program has connections with HOSA, and HOSA stands for Health Occupation Students of America. And the Future Health Professionals is a global student-led organization with a mission promoting careers in the health industry. Along with their partners, they actually provided in 2021 $83,000 in scholarships. And the benefits of that program are really about developing leadership, effective leadership qualities and skills, along with improving healthcare for everybody. And it's an organization that hosts international competitions, and this year there were 31 juniors, 20 seniors in the program. The junior curriculum focuses on lab experience. The senior curriculum takes a deeper dive into specific individualized areas, such as the capstone projects. They make presentations to judges with an audience, attend competitions, etc. And the board also approved a revised student year calendar, which added parent-teacher conferences coming up in March. And they like to do that to, of course, assist students in creating and reaching their goals. So for October, the report that Matt submitted says that the board received a presentation from Tim Voris, an instructor of the Basic Police Officer Training Program for Eastland adult workforce. So that's not for our students yet. And then additionally, the Eastland and Fairfield campuses are going to be hosting Tech or Treat on Wednesday, October 26th. And that starts at 5:30 and goes till 7 o'clock. And they are targeting students up to 8th grade. So take your students out there and have some fun. They the staff will be there to welcome you, and of course, candy. And they're going to engage people with games and prizes. And finally, the staff and administration are looking forward to the sophomore visits that are coming in November, so that'll be great as well. Thanks so much, and thank you, Matt.
Mr. Manley, do we have a report from Gehanna Parks and Rec this month? Okay, thank you.
We soon will with Sue. Thank you.
Did you visit the meeting? Sure.
I was there as a visitor this past month. The big thing that Gehanna Parks and Rec have going on with it being Halloween this month is the Gehanna Goblin Fest at Academy Park on Friday, October 28th. It's a little bit more challenging too this year because they have Cherry Bottom Road closed between Columbus Academy and Academy Park. So there's going to be a lot more coordination for parking, but they have all of the information on the website. So they have hay rides, all different types of activities there. It's a very popular event. So if you have little ones, or want to help out in any way. But that was the major focus of the evening.
Ms. Horn. Any reports as our local government liaison, Mrs. Mooring? How about anything additional from Gahanna Jefferson Education Foundation, Mrs. Coates?
Diana covered it all very well.
Great. Any report out from Insurance Committee, Mrs. Horn?
We have our next meeting on Monday, November 14th, and we've already talked about the 3 items that were on the agenda today.
Thank you. Any other items from board members? Okay. Is there a motion to go into executive session pursuant to revised code 121.22G1 for the purpose of discussing I always have to take a deep breath before this paragraph because it's so long. The appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, compensation of an employee or official, or the investigation of charges or complaints against an employee, official, licensee, or student unless the employee, official, licensee, or student requests a public hearing. Thanks, Mrs. Horn. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Mooring. Any discussion? I will just give my usual explanation. When the board goes into executive session, we will be going to a different room, and we do have to come back into public session, but there is no board action anticipated after executive session except to adjourn the meeting. So while you're more than welcome to stay, the only action that we'll be taking after executive session is to adjourn the meeting. So we'll probably take a quick recess because we've been sitting for a long time in case anyone needs to go to the restroom, and then we'll go into executive session after Mr. Gooding calls the roll.
Mrs. Mooring? Mrs. Pickle-Antonio?
Yes.
Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Mr. Manley?
Yes.
Motion carried.
And I don't think there are any students, but if there were and you need your paperwork signed, now would be the time for that. Thanks. Okay, it is 10:35 PM and we are out of executive session. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thanks, Mrs. Mooring. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mrs. Coates. Any discussion? Mr. Gooding, can you call the roll, please?
Mr. Manley? Yes. Mrs. Mooring?
Yes.
Mrs. Pickle Antonio?
Yes.
Mrs. Coates?
Yes.
Mrs. Horn?
Yes.
Motion carried.
It is still 10:35 PM and we're adjourned.
Night.